It was very obvious they were trying to do the wacko jacko bit again, like they did with her brother. To remind you, Janet Jackson brought up in her interview human trafficking, child trafficking, and the journalist then decided to heavily imply that Janet Jackson was just nuts, to pretend that we have a child trafficking issue in this country. And then when the reporter switched gears and asked her about supporting Kamala Harris as the first female black president, Hollywood's all got to get in line and support this woman or else, Janet Jackson simply said that she had heard that Kamala was not black, and that she was in fact Irish, and the media, predictably, went completely crazy. I mean, here are some of the headlines here. NBC, Janet Jackson tells interviewer she's heard Kamala Harris is not black, echoing election disinformation. Oh, love that word. Newsweek, Janet Jackson's Kamala Harris remarks spark black backlash. The Independent, she's not black. Janet Jackson makes shocking comments about Kamala Harris's heritage. And of course, the New York Times, Janet Jackson repeats false claims about Kamala Harris's race. False claims. So to be clear, all Janet Jackson said was, quote, "That's what I heard, that she's Indian, that her father's white. That's what I was told. I mean, I haven't watched the news in a few days. I was told that they discovered that her father was white." Okay? That is all that she said that led to all of this craziness in the media trying to paint her like she was some sort of a psycho. And then her manager, a guy named Mo El Marzi, that I'm showing you a picture of here, he offered an apology on Janet Jackson's behalf to BuzzFeed. He said, quote, "Janet Jackson would like to clarify her recent comments. She recognizes that her statements regarding Vice President Kamala Harris's racial identity were based on misinformation. Janet respects Harris's dual heritage as both black and Indian and apologizes for any confusion caused. She values the diversity that Harris represents and understands the importance of celebrating that in today's society. Janet remains committed to promoting unity and understanding," end quote. And guess what happened? Janet Jackson fired him immediately and said that he was not authorized to make that statement at all, and she was not apologizing because she was not sorry, and good for her. I'm glad she fired him. I am so tired of people being so fake, having to apologize for something that should not have yielded any response from the media. In fact, it should have been the opposite. They should have went ahead and investigated the claim that Kamala Harris is black, gotten to the bottom of it fully. But instead, it was a media pylon, and then, after being fired, Mo added to that pylon by referring to Janet Jackson as unbalanced. Like, the person who just worked for her came out and was like, she's unbalanced. I mean, with friends like that, who needs enemies? Then came me. I don't know. I guess I really am the person that has been in these streets, Kamala, because I decided to simply look into her genealogy, because why on earth is the world trying to convince me that this woman is suddenly black? Like, they just decided she was black because she's running, and because there is evidence, it is true, that her father grew up in Jamaica. Your race does not magically change because of where you grow up, okay? If I grow up in Sweden, I don't get to suddenly say I'm white, okay? What I discovered was quite startling. Now, I'll ask you, when did you first get the idea that Kamala was black? Well, you'll say, yeah, when she kind of started running with Joe Biden, and that claim really came from Kamala herself. When they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, they understood that. Kamala Harris published a book in 2019 called The Truth That We Hold, and presumably the book was filled with truth that she was holding. I had to look through it, and I saw this picture of her and her grandmother, clearly a black-looking grandmother, on page 282 in the photograph section. It reads, as you can see, visiting my paternal grandmother, Beryl, in Jamaica. Also on that same page, there's another photo of her. Again, you can see it's black and white. I'm not quite sure why it is black and white, but it says, when I was 10 months old, I visited Spanish Town, Jamaica. This is me with my mother and my paternal grandfather, Oscar Joseph. And now this guy looks mixed. He looks Asian of some description, but you can see the idea here is that she's definitely trying to introduce, in a manner of photos, things that make her race look more complicated. So I just decided to investigate that, and immediately things got weird. Very weird. First and foremost, because it was very easy for me to determine via just a light search online that Beryl, her alleged paternal grandmother that you just saw, died 4 years before Kamala was born, in 1960. So last night we decided to continue our research to see if we could find birth certificates and marriage certificates and death certificates which could further signify those points, and indeed it did. It also raised even more questions about her genealogy, so let's go through those. Here is the birth certificate for her paternal grandmother. This is Kamala's paternal grandmother, Beryl. Okay, now you can see on this birth certificate that Beryl is spelled with an I. It's Beryl Magdalene, and you can see the reason why we know this is the correct Beryl is because the mother is listed as Iris Finnegan. Later on, we're going to show you in the book, she names Iris Finnegan as her great-grandmother, so that would be Beryl's mother. So we have the right woman. Also, formerly, her maiden name is Allen. That is true. It also says here that she's born in October of 1917 in St. Anne. That's the St. Anne parish of Jamaica. And again, you can see it says it is signed by Iris Finnegan. Very clearly, this is the woman that we are looking for. This is Kamala's grandmother, alleged grandmother, Beryl. It's also interesting, by the way, that it lists her great-grandmother as a seamstress, because Donald Harris, Kamala's father, wrote in a 2020 piece called Reflections of a Jamaican Father, quote, Miss Iris, that again would be his grandmother, was the mother of 8 children, too, was the sweetest and gentlest person one could meet, but underneath it was a tough farming woman who ran the cane farm at Thatch Walk, near Town, jointly owned with her husband, Mr. Christie. Okay, that's weird. So you're telling me that she ran a farm because on that birth certificate it says that actually Iris was a seamstress, but whatever. Let's just park that aside for a second and stick with Beryl, this woman who died before Kamala was born, okay? Because I was feeling pretty certain that not too many people were going to be named Beryl and be born in the St. Anne parish of Jamaica in 1917 to a mother named Iris Finnegan. I felt confident that we could find a little bit more data, and in fact we did, okay? First, we stumbled across Beryl's marriage certificate. Okay, so you can see that right here. Now the name spelling has changed. You have Beryl Finnegan spelled with a Y in the same way that Kamala spells it, and it lists their married dates as 1944. Again, you can see the parish that is listed is St. Anne Parish. This is where every piece of Beryl's life seems to take place. It reads here that her calling is a barmaid. And something that jumped out at me was the fact that she's married to someone, as you can see, named Lawford Newland. Okay, so Beryl apparently was married more than once because Lawford Newland is not Donald Harris's father, but Beryl is his mother. So just to be clear, again, it says that she married a guy named Lawford Newland in 1944 when she was 25 years old, okay? It's important to note that that would have been 4 years after she gave birth to Donald Harris, Kamala's father. I find that to be very strange. Also, regarding Kamala's father, we cannot seem to locate, regarding Lawland Newland, the person that she married, we can't find him. We can't find him anywhere. We cannot find a birth certificate. We cannot find a death certificate. We can't find a news item or otherwise. I cannot find this alleged Lawford Newland that apparently her grandma got married to. We also can't find a wedding certificate for Beryl and Oscar Wilde Joseph Brown Harris. That is allegedly supposed to be Donald Harris's father. Okay, so Kamala's grandfather is Oscar Wilde Joseph Brown Harris, and we can't find a marriage certificate between the two of them. That's very strange. As speculated, we were able to confirm that Kamala's black grandmother that she showed us in that picture died in 1960, before Kamala was born. I can show you right now her death certificate. Let's take a look at Beryl's death certificate, which confirms. As you can see there, it says that she died in July of 1960. It also tells us on the right-hand side, you guys probably have to zoom in on this, but she died of a uterine infection, uterine fibroids due to a hysterectomy. It has her listed as 39 years. That's actually a couple of years off from 1917, so somebody may have gotten their math wrong here. But you once again see that it lists her birthplace as St. Anne, and so this is a huge scandal. Just an absolutely huge scandal. Kamala Harris published in her book that she was standing next to her grandma Beryl. But grandma Beryl died in 1960, 4 years before Kamala Harris was born. So who the hell is the real Beryl? Who is that woman standing next to Kamala Harris? And do you know what I noticed about the woman standing next to her? She looks a lot like the woman that Kamala claims in her book is her great-grandmother Iris. Now that's Iris Finnegan. Here's the book with my great-grandmother Iris Finnegan in Jamaica. Now I'm going to give you the side-by-side of Iris and her alleged daughter, Beryl, who died at 39. Now that one on the right is not 39 years old. She's clearly much more advanced in her age. I mean, we know black don't crack. I mean, that's just a scientific fact. So I would put that woman on the right-hand side, who she tried to pass off as Beryl, and I think is the exact same person. I would say that woman looks to be about 65. And then it looks like she's more advanced on the left-hand side. The great-grandmother, that's the same person. When I just believe my own eyes, we're looking at the same person. What do you guys think when you look at those photos? How the hell does a person who is the vice president of the United States pass off a book, claim that these people that are in her book are her black relatives, and nobody bats an eyelash or does even a peripheral search to recognize that the woman that she put forth is implausibly her grandmother? And by the way, I'm going to say this, and people can be offended, but the first thing that I thought when I saw the photo of her sitting on her great-grandmother's lap was that this doesn't look like a grandparent affection going on here. This woman looks like she could be working for the family. Quite literally, I thought to myself, this woman looks like she could be the help. And I thought that because there's a lack of affection there. Do you know what I mean? But there's no, like, in both of the photos, there's a lack of affection. It's just like a woman standing next to her. And I obviously know that that was a circumstance. When you're talking about a family that had a ton of plantations, which is the reality. She descends from Irish slavers. That's a fact that Kamala Harris cannot deny. She descends from wealthy Irish slavers who virtually did own the town. They named the town. It was Hamilton Town, then it was Brownstown in Jamaica. He had over 1,000 slaves, okay? It would follow that there would be help around the house. And I'm just gonna put here as a question mark, not as a fact. If they're looking at some of these photos of people who became like family and they're trying to pass them off like relatives. Again, not a fact, a huge question mark, but my instinct tells me that that person is actually not her family member, and if it is, well, Kamala's got some explaining to do. How did she meet Grandma Beryl almost 20 years after Grandma Beryl died? Because Kamala Harris looks to be about 20 in that photo that she presented. Then there's another bit of a mystery, as I said. If Beryl married after her, or before her wedding when she was 25 years old to the missing Newland, if anybody can find Newland, please let me know. But if Beryl married at some point Oscar Wilde Joseph Brown, where is their marriage certificate? And where is their divorce certificate? Again, I'm only plotting the narrative here because I'm going to need proof that she's black. The media has now made this a thing, and now you made it so much of a thing that you're attacking people like Janet Jackson when she asks a very reasonable question that you should be able to respond to, and now we have a verifiable lie that Kamala Harris told in her book, or a big uh-oh, because, you know, if I'm being nice, I guess sometimes you think when you're publishing a book that it's a photo of you and your grandmother that you never met, or never could have met. Maybe Kamala was just confused and thought it was her grandma, but it was a grandmother that she had, again, never met. Media should be on this, and they should be asking her this question. How did you make this significant of a blunder in your book? And isn't it quite ironic that every photo that you have presented, two of which look like they're the exact same person, one aged on, which begs the question, is that even Kamala Harris in her lap? I don't know. Again, we're at the beginning of this investigation. But it's interesting that amongst all of the relatives, so many Irish white slavers, the only photos that she chose to put in this book are the ones that make it look as though she might be black, and we have just significantly and without question debunked one of those photos. Also, there's something else that I notice about Beryl and Oscar, this alleged married couple, right? Our alleged husband and wife. Each of them are listed as having a lot of siblings. Oscar's siblings are named Hildred May Harris, Newton Alexander Harris, and Ina Doreen Harris. I cannot find a single photo of these siblings. Now, why am I looking for it? Well, because people take family photos all the time. Tons of this stuff is on the internet. I mean, one of those people lived until 2005. Ina Doreen Harris allegedly lived until 2005. I would just like to see a photo to confirm that these are black relatives. Just want to confirm their race. Can't find a trace. Similarly for Beryl Finnegan has siblings too. Their names are Abraham Judah Finnegan, Noah Pendergast Finnegan, Bernard Washington Finnegan, and Gloria Eugenie Hill. Where are they? Or where are any photos of them, presuming that they've passed? Where are the photos of them? Got to be somewhere, right? Something very suspicious is going on. I don't know how it is plausible, guys. Do not allow the media to gaslight us. It is not difficult, okay, for a person that is running for president of the United States to have a tidy background. This is my mom. This is my dad. This is my grandma. That it always seems to be the case, that right before they run, they introduce like 1 or 2 photos that they allege are from their childhood. This is my grandma, this is my mom, and if you ask any more questions, I'm gonna scream at you and call you a racist, is completely ridiculous. We now have a scandal on our hands, okay? And again, this is the tip of the iceberg. I'm gonna keep going, I'm gonna keep looking for these relatives, I'm gonna confirm that all of these people are in fact black. I find it strange, just as a little tidbit, that when you go on these genealogy websites, you can see that there's somebody managing the profile. All of the people that are managing the profile for Kamala's relatives are white. What interest would white people around the United States have in managing the profile for this Jamaica family? Unless what Janet Jackson said was true, and that these are her white Irish relatives, and she's been hiding that fact by trying to introduce some random photos of a woman and purporting that that woman is her grandmother. Again, if she's been with you throughout your entire life, Kamala, you could drop some more photos, but no matter what, you lied in your book, okay? You lied in your book. That woman died in 1960, and you were born in 1964, and I find that to be extremely problematic. Like I said, I'm in these streets, just like you, Kamala. If you want to come out and tell the truth, I'm going to be on this. Otherwise, you might as well come up with your storyline, because I don't tend to let go when I have the scent of somebody who's telling a lie. All right, guys, we will pause there. I want to remind you about Goldco. This election season has been insane. Really don't know who is going to win in November, least of all this information now coming out about Kamala. But there is one thing that I do know. I'm still going to buy gold and silver. The United States has $35 trillion in debt, and a foreign country likely controls our government. There's no better time to protect your money and savings while you still can. You can go to CandiceLikesGold.com. You'll learn about the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco, and how they can help you. They are a great company that is top-rated with over 6,000 5-star reviews and a whole bunch of awards. Not only do they support my show, my listeners can get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. So if you're worried about your money losing value, or you just want to buy some precious metals that you can physically hold, go to Goldco. Visit CandiceLikesGold.com. That's CandiceLikesGold.com. Okay, got to cover this because I always cover her because I think she's an interesting case study, and it really, for me, I believe that there's a lot of reasons that I believe that Hollywood is problematic, but it is the targeting of children. When you learn the history of Hollywood, and just seeing the way that the pursuit of cameras and the pursuit of fame can warp somebody's brain. I mean, we're seeing a very distinct pattern here of child actresses kind of going off of the deep end, and there's a reason for that. You know, you look at, I mean, Amanda Bynes, Demi Lovato, Britney Spears, over and over again, we have these child stars, and they just go wayward. Well, JoJo Siwa, I believe, is an example worth speaking about. I'm not saying that she's crazy or off the deep end, but I am saying that she seems to be screaming for attention, and she's finally acknowledged that. You know, she came out and said that I would not be allowed to come on her podcast, but now she's totally agreeing with me in this interview that she did for Lady Gun magazine. So here is the cover. I want to show you that. You can see that she's got some abs going on, bedazzled abs, if you will, and she's also decided to give herself some junk, right? This is kind of the new her. She wants everyone to know that she's a lesbian, and there are some androgynous aspects. Here's a second photo of that, so you can just see how far she is going in terms of trying to look like she is packing a lady gun. Get it? Ha ha ha. Like, it's a lady gun. I'm so clever, and I'm so deep, except I'm not deep at all. And this is, like I said, just the same shallow waters that all of these Hollywood types tread. And the reality is they think they're so deep, and they think they're so artistic. It's like when you go to the MoMA and you see a toilet, and they're trying to convince you that it's deep and it's thoughtful, and it's like, oh, it's modern art. And it's like, no, it's crap. It's literal crap. You're never going to convince me that this is art. You're never going to convince me that crap is food, okay? And that's kind of the world that we live in, that they're trying to constantly try to make you think that it's more complex, and you should pause, and you should think. And the reality is, all I see when I look at JoJo is a tremendously manufactured star that's crying for attention. And so it's great that the title of this article that she did for this profile is JoJo Siwa on manufacturing attention, dissociating, and escaping the persona. And the person who's interviewing her comes right out and says, you're like the master of the attention economy. And JoJo says, thank you. I'm an attention whore. And she, this is from the article, JoJo sees herself as a curator of attention. This is what I say, it's like they're trying to be deep, but they're saying nothing. I'm a curator of attention. Like, shut up. Just stop. I just cannot stand this. They're just so shallow. There's no intellect here. But damn if they're not going to try to convince people that are reading this that it's so much deeper. She's a curator of attention, collecting the internet's energy and perceptions. She gives kudos to brothers Jake and Logan Paul, who transformed YouTube into a content farm and gains notoriety for their controversial stunts and videos. She says, quote, I pulled so much of my social media marketing and inspiration from them back in the day because when I was 13, 14, 15, they were all that I wanted to be on YouTube. Their views, their numbers, their marketing, they were geniuses. They still are geniuses. But the things they did, all I wanted to do was be them. And so I figured, how can I do that, but in my world? My favorite thing to do on this earth is to entertain and to make people smile and laugh, whether or not they're laughing with me or laughing at me. Obviously, no one likes being hated, but I enjoy being entertaining, and that is how people are entertained. She goes on to say, I definitely disassociate well. It's a special talent, for sure. So whatever moment I'm in it for that moment. Once it's done, though, I'll be out. You know what I mean? No, I literally don't know what you mean, okay? When you're talking about dissociating, what do you mean? Like, do you have like a dissociative identity disorder? Because when you're saying that you're just buzzing in and out of personalities and you're doing this and then you're done with it, like I said, you're giving credence to exactly what I have been saying all along, and what I think is so important to impress upon people that watch this show and for people that are watching Hollywood is to realize you are dealing with incredibly conflicted souls that are desperate for attention because they are so spiritually vacuous, right? There is nothing in them that is actually fulfilled, and so they look to the outside world and they say, what can I do? How can I top what I've done before? How can I get more ridiculous? How can I be more other? How can I be more outside the bounds so that I can get likes or shock or reaction? She's admitting this. Like I said, it's a cry for help. What is she doing? Why is she wearing a bedazzled bottom piece to make it seem like she's a dude? If that's not a cry for attention, if that's not a girl who was brought up in Hollywood and whose brain has been completely wrongly structured, like this wrong feedback loop has been established when she was a kid, and she just is constantly looking for attention all the wrong ways. Genuinely, like I said before, even though she says that she hates me and that she would never have me on her show, I think that Kamala Harris, I think that she truly just needs someone, JoJo Siwa needs someone to guide her in the right way, and she needs a break from Hollywood, she needs a break from trying to get attention, and at the end of the day, what she needs more than anything else is God, because I am still not buying this lesbian act that she puts on. It's just extremities for the sake of attention. All right, guys, I also want to tell you about an update with the Trump assassination attempt. This is crazy. So the son of the suspect in the recent Trump assassination attempt, which is insane, it's already out of the media that, this guy just shows up with an AK-47. Some people, by the way, are commending the Secret Service team for, firing at him and missing him. I don't think that's great. The second thing is, how on earth did this guy even get on to the golf field without having the Secret Service note him? The fact that Trump was golfing and that guy had been camping out for 12 hours, to me, sounds like a remarkable Secret Service failure. I know that Trump thanked them. In my viewpoint, I'm going, this is supposed to be the best of the best, the most elite. Don't you think they would have just surveyed the course before Trump had even gone out there and spotted this guy in the woods? Anyways, I guess I'm crazy, and I guess I have a higher bar for what I would expect. But it turns out that the son, so remember, the son spoke out. His name was Orrin Alexander Routh, and he said, my dad couldn't hurt a fly. I don't know why he said that, because as I said, his dad's records indicated otherwise. He had been arrested in the past for having weapons of mass destruction and barricading himself into a room. Well, now Orrin Routh has also been arrested. He's been arrested, and the FBI is saying that they seized multiple electronic devices in his home, and they found chats, and they found messages, and that they found him in threads sharing child sexual abuse material, so child pornography. He now faces 2 charges of possessing and receiving child sexual abuse material, and is expected to appear later on Tuesday in federal court in North Carolina. Now, there's 2 ways to look at this, and I'll give you both. Some people obviously are going slam dunk, every single time when you look into these people that are involved in these sorts of crimes, you look at their family, there tends to be this pattern of pornography. We spoke about pornography last week on the show and how it is this weapon to destroy men, but ultimately to control men, and the pornography is intentionally becoming more and more demented, and what it's really doing is controlling and perverting your thoughts in the end. And so people go, okay, you can look at this and this would fit the bill, but other people are saying, isn't this interesting? This happened with the Las Vegas shooter. Did the feds just drop child pornography onto his devices when they were doing this general search because they wanted to use him as the son as a tool to get the father to comply with whatever it is they want? And it's hard because we now live in this world where I don't trust the feds, and I obviously don't trust a person who is a family member of someone who just tried to assassinate Trump. So we're in this impossible situation. All we can do is deliver the facts, and the facts are that this man was arrested for child pornography. We will follow that case. We will see what is actually happening. And as I said, we have a major pornography issue in this country. And my biggest fear with all the themes that are happening in our society with children and people trying to assert that children have power over themselves and they can pick their own gender, my biggest fear has always been that inevitably it would lead to this crisis. And I am worried that my fears are being proven correct. All right, you guys, I want to tell you about American financing because the Fed has dropped interest rates, so you need to call my friends at American Financing right now with mortgage rates in the 4s. Now is the perfect time to consolidate debt and reduce your monthly expenses. A lot of hardworking Americans have been forced to use credit cards because of the ridiculous prices at the grocery store, power, and even on childcare. That debt is expensive with credit card rates being high. But with mortgage rates dropping, now is the time to wipe that debt out. American Financing is helping homeowners just like you save over $800 a month on average. They are even closing some in as fast as 10 days. And if you start today, you may delay 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees to find out how much you can save, so call American Financing today at 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. can. Or you can visit americanfinancing.net/Owens. That's americanfinancing.net/Owens. Okay, Neo is making the rounds. This is interesting. A video, if you don't know Neo, he is an R&B star. Now, it has long been speculated in the media and in just the rumor mill that Neo is maybe not straight. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm just saying it's long been speculated. And there's now been a video that has resurfaced of Neo having a fight with his ex-girlfriend, Sade Bagnarise. And this is from April of this year. And she was saying some stuff about Diddy. Now, there's a lot of cuss words in this, so there's a lot of beeps. But she starts yelling at him about his attendance at these freak-offs. Allegedly, take a listen.
Tell him about the freak-off, Diddy Jr. Diddy Jr., tell him about the freak-off. Tell them about the freak-off. Tell them the truth. Tell these people the truth. Oh, shut up. You don't give a none of these kids. Do y'all see a picture in his house of a kid? He don't care about these kids. All he care about is doing drugs, drinking alcohol, toes. That's what you care about. So let's go. I'm a Diddy bop the up out of here. You and your freak-off. You can get back to your freak-off in a minute. You'll be next. You'll be next. You'll be next. You'll be next. Your stories are coming out next.
So she has since apologized for this video, and I do want to say that it's not clear if she was just upset with him, like maybe she caught him cheating on her, and then she decided to go on this Instagram live and start accusing him of being at these freak-offs, and maybe he wasn't, and she was just angry and saying, tell them about this, calling you Diddy, like basically just an incensed woman, and trying to make him look as he does, guilty, on the Instagram. But people are circulating this video, and they're saying that maybe it's proof that he was also engaging in the drugs, engaging in the alcohol. Now, I have not seen Neo's name in any of the documents that are pertaining to Diddy, so I think people should just hit pause before, totally believing based off of an argument between a couple that he has something to do with anything. I have not known Neo to be a person that hangs out with Diddy and his clan at all. He kind of seems to be a little bit outside of that. Again, she could have just been angry, but I wanted to cover it because it is making the rounds, and people are suggesting that maybe there's more to the story, and I'm going to be on top of the Diddy thing. Basically, my two speeds right now is like Diddy and Kamala. Kamala Harris and Diddy, Diddy and Kamala. I will not let either of these things go. By the way, as an update, we still have not heard a single word from our boy LeBron James, who was definitely in the mix. Nothing also said from Jay-Z. Nothing also said from Beyonce, though I doubt Beyonce was attending any of these freak-offs. But as we know, they are kind of at the tippity top of the food chain when it comes to Black America and the people that Black America follows, and neither of them have said anything about their friend Diddy. And I want to be clear, if she was on the other foot, any of my friends were caught in this, and if I ever saw, like I did, watched Diddy beating someone on camera, right, that element is like he owned it. He said, yes, I did this. Cassie wrote this in her lawsuit. How do you not make a statement? Like, this is the part that I don't get. You purport to care so much about Black Americans. You purport to care so much about Black victimhood. Then when it's in your face, when a friend of yours is beating a woman on camera,
be careful
you stay completely
not to
mum.
overload my
These people
blood's
are
extremely
frauds. These people are absolute frauds. I can't stand them. I hate the fact I'm the one that has to deal with all the bullshit. People calling me and Uncle Tom, a rage trader, and a coon, and it's like, no, because I actually tell you guys the truth, and I tell you that you're following false idols, and all they do is lead you down whatever the government path that has been established at their feet. I view all of them as feds. Jay-Z, Beyonce, every person that gets up and dances with Kamala Harris and does the tidbit with the Democrats, I view them all as feds. I view them all as agents. I believe they are wealthy so that the rest of us can stay poor. And that will be your lifestyle if you keep following them and believing them and become enraged every time they tweet and tell you to be enraged from their $100 million mansions. You either wake up to the reality that these people are frauds, or you don't get to complain when you look around you and everything is a failure. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm going to get into your comments. First, I want to remind you guys about Pure Talk. That is a cell phone company that I use, which only charges you for the data that you actually want. For just $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data, plus a mobile hotspot. Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile want you to believe that you need unlimited data so that they can overcharge you. But the fact is, most of you are buying way too much data, more than you will ever need. You know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? You can browse the internet for 135 hours, stream 1,000 songs, or you can watch 10 hours of Candace Owens' video. So stop overpaying for wireless and get 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Switching is easy. There's no contract, no activation fee. You can even keep your phone and your phone number. So go to puretalk.com/Owens. Again, that is puretalk.com/Owens, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month with Pure Talk. All right, guys, you know how this works. We are going to be jumping over to Rumble to read your responses. I cannot wait to hear what you have to say about Kamala Harris. Also, should add here, I am definitely going to I have to break up the $1,000 bounty because the person who got me the marriage certificate, that came in via an email, and I did not have that, and I said $1,000, and I'm going to have to break it up because there were some little tidbits that I still want to follow down the rabbit hole, but I want to make sure that every piece of information that I have is concrete, so I'm going to take it slowly, do a slow leak every single day on Kamala. With that money, I am going to give it to you guys, and I will announce who it was that gave me that information tomorrow. Again, guys, the comment section is going to be on Rumble. We're going to abandon YouTube. The reason we're doing this is because YouTube has just been particularly evil with me as of late, and we of course want to make sure that we're building somewhere else, just in the event that YouTube just keeps coming for my head, because all I do is tell the truth, and I don't know. Some people don't like that. I think there's some people that are fake mass reporting my YouTube page. Anyways, jumping over to Rumble now, hit the link in the bio, the description, pardon, if you would like to follow us there.
Time has expired.
Deeply wrong, sir.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rabbi, do you believe there are a substantial number of people at Harvard University who believe in...
Well, all right, happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. but especially to men, because today is for you. I want to tell you guys why you absolutely must stop watching pornography, because it is so obviously a weapon of mass destruction, spiritual destruction, and blackmail, a tool for blackmail. So we have more coming out about Diddy, Kim Porter. People have long held suspicion that he maybe killed her, plus some videos that are surfacing of Justin Bieber at a Diddy party, and they are horrific. I'm talking truly and utterly horrific. Plus, and appropriately or rather inappropriately, RFK Jr. is in the news for having carried on a sexting affair with a reporter at New York Magazine. And we have the Republican Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson, who has been unmasked as a frequent commenter on a porn website dating back to 2012. So lots to discuss. That's what we have coming up today on Candace. All right, so here's my conspiracy theory, like, another one. I think porn websites have been purposefully created as tools of entrapment. Like, I think they are creating an entire log of who everybody is in the event that somebody becomes powerful in their life, then they have all of these porn websites that you visited. Like, I truly think this, especially people who think their data is safe and they're constantly online. You can see how these websites like Pornhub are encouraging people to look at more frequent and also more disturbing types of porn. Like, essentially, they exist to pervert your tastes. And I think people become more and more perverted, they hit weird links, and in the background, you have people that are collecting that data so that if you ever make it in life, they can go, oh, but we caught you looking at this kind of porn. Now we control you. No matter what you think, we can all acknowledge now that pornography is a weapon of mass spiritual and political control. I don't care. Everyone got mad at me when I said months ago ban porn. That's what I believe. It should be banned. And I believe that because I've looked into the history of it. Here's the reality. You can quite literally become a slave to your sin. A man has as many masters as he has vices. By the way, I wish I could take credit for that expression. That actually came from St. Augustine in his book, City of God. He wrote, quote, "A good man, though a slave, is free, but a wicked man, though a king, is a slave. For he serves as many masters as he has vices." Think about that. You have a vice, you think you're in control of that vice, you're really not. That vice is actually in control of you. And that is mentioned, St. Augustine's words is mentioned in this book that I'm holding. I think it's required reading for all men. It really looks into the history of pornography in our society. That's a book by Catholic author Dr. E. Michael Jones, and it's entitled Libido Dominandi, Sexual Liberation and Political Control. As I said, he traces how we arrived at this incredibly pornographic society that we live in today. I mean, do you even recognize everything is soft for porn? If you're on Instagram, if you're watching a woman and she's selling a Gucci bag, for whatever reason she has to be naked. Have you ever asked yourself why? Why must she be naked in order to sell me this Gucci bag? Why must she have her boobs out in order to tell me to buy this perfume? And then if you explore your own mentality and you are one of the people that's going, oh my gosh, can you talk to safe about pornography? If you have that instant reaction, let me ask you this question. Who taught you that watching porn was a sign of freedom? Who taught you that nudity and pornography were expressions of freedom? Thinking about women and feminism and they got their boobs out when they're protesting. Who taught them that that was an expression of freedom? Really pause and think. When I paused and I thought about that, I went back to my high school health class, and I remember quite literally learning, as in it was like an answer to a test, that watching a little bit of pornography was healthy. I'm not kidding, we learned this in school, that watching a little bit of pornography is healthy. Can't even imagine what the kids are learning today. It's a tool for education, as if that's supposed to be the natural way that men and women come together to have sex. Well, this book by E. Michael Jones offers the even darker history, and of course, it somehow brings us right back to the very perverted psychoanalytic community, people who love Freud. Obviously, we're talking about sexualized children. If you're a person that believes Freud was a father of modern psychology, then you should ask a lot of questions about what modern psychology is and what its aims are. And I want to tell you guys this, you have not been liberated sexually. When you look around, you see everybody and they got their boobs out, and girls that are selling their bodies on the internet, and women that are convinced that they're models, when in reality, they are kind of just prostitutes selling their bodies to make money, and convinced that they're somehow more glamorous because they're doing it within the pages of Vogue. Yeah, all of those people have been intentionally enslaved by pornography. But the question is, to what end? Well, as I told you, I think powerful people are being blackmailed, and I think they're being blackmailed all over the world. I'm talking from royals to basketball and football players to singers to politicians to bankers, you name it, because pleasure is now the drug. Lust is the tool for domination, exactly what this book is about, and there has been no greater example of that recently than the Diddy case, which follows another explosive development yesterday. Now, let me tell you, it's been long suspected since it happened, since she died in, I would say, rather mysterious circumstances, that Diddy had something to do with the death of his ex-partner and the mother to his children, a woman named Kim Porter. Now, what happened was she mysteriously died of pneumonia at the age of 47. Not the typical way that a 47-year-old goes out, especially just when they are about to publish a tell-all book on their very famous ex, Diddy. That's what happened to Kim. She died of pneumonia at the age of 47 years old. Well, guess what? It was just announced yesterday that Kim Porter's book is being published. It's a 60-page book entitled Kim's Lost Words. It claims to be a collection of the diaries of Kim Porter, the mother of Diddy's children, and it was leaked by her friends. Now, the person who's publishing is saying that he received a thumbnail from one of the friends who was very scared, and it is heavily implied they believe that Diddy had something to do with her death. In the book, Porter allegedly recounts discovering and making copies of the sex tapes that Diddy made of himself having sex with young boys that he was managing, including an alleged tape involving an 18-year-old pop star who went on to become a household name. Porter alleges that when she discovered those videotapes of Sean and his sexual encounters in the bedroom in this vault, she made copies of them as protection for herself. Realized that this is a very dangerous situation. I'm going to make copies for protection for myself, and included it as a part of her plan to leave him. But the memoir says that when she watched back the tapes, she was so shocked because there were things, quote, some of the tapes had things I would have never expected. The gay parties are one thing, but the young boys, like the two hip-hop stars formerly managed by Diddy and the then 18-year-old pop star, I would have never known. The book publisher is claiming that it was the friends that gave him this thumbnail, the friends that provided this memoir. The friends also provided copies of these alleged sex tapes so that he knew that it was legitimate. And the final entry of the memoir from Kim Porter, before she mysteriously got pneumonia and didn't survive it as a 47-year-old, is her dramatically telling her friends, quote, he got me, and then calling 911. So this is getting very interesting. And what has come on the heels of this is people unearthing videos of Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber at Diddy parties. Now, Justin Bieber was obviously extremely young when he entered the industry, extremely innocent when he entered the industry, an industry that he did not quite understand as a boy who just knew how to sing and play the guitar and just did both of those things on YouTube. Then he was scooped up, and suddenly he was a part of people like Diddy going after him and saying, hey man, why don't you pick up my phone calls? There's actually a video of that. Diddy and Justin Bieber looks to be like 15 years old and said, why don't you pick up my phone calls? And he's like, oh, I know you were trying to contact me through people and I don't have your number. And the next thing we know, Justin is at Diddy's parties. And in this one video, it looks like whatever Justin is doing, I'm not going to show it out of just respect for the fact that I truly believe that Justin Bieber is a victim. But whatever he is doing in this video with Trey Songz and Odell Beckham Jr. looks highly suspicious. I can show you a still from that video because I think the relevant part is Justin Bieber is not sober. He is clearly very heavily under the influence at this party. And if you remember that lawsuit that the producer Rodney dropped against Diddy, he said that unbeknownst to all of these people, they were being drugged at Diddy's parties, that they were pouring out the liquor bottles and replacing it with other drugs. He kept speaking about this pink drug, this mix, this cocktail of cocaine and MDMA, and that people that think they're just drinking vodka or just drinking water are actually all being drugged. And then once they're drugged, they do very vulnerable things. It has long been suspected that the person that people are now putting the dots together in Kim Porter's allegations that Diddy had under his thumb was Justin Bieber, and that he may have done some inappropriate things with him. And what I will say is that this very much fits the narrative. You know, we saw tons of videos of Justin Bieber. When he got together with Hailey, he was crying a lot, outside of churches. He was finding his way back to God, and he was having a lot of emotional breakdowns. And what I sensed from those public emotional breakdowns, and only public obviously because the press was following him, was that he was coming to terms with the fact that he had been engaged in darkness unwillingly. And Justin Bieber probably has a lot of shame about that. He probably feels shame, first and foremost, as a man, as a husband, and as someone who has successfully created a new life for himself with his wife, Hailey Bieber. And so what I want to say to Justin Bieber and to everybody that's following the situation is that Justin Bieber is a victim. I was horrified when I saw this, not because of the idea that Justin Bieber would be engaged in these sorts of things at these parties, but because I understood that this was a kid who was intentionally targeted by Diddy, as the video show told that he wants to party with him. He makes it clear that Diddy is trying to contact him through people, and then he finally subjects himself and agrees to give his number. And then we saw an entirely different Justin Bieber. We saw Justin Bieber who was always wearing sunglasses, who was partying, who was very obviously involved in drugs. He spoke at length about his addiction. And Justin Bieber didn't do that to himself. Like I said, Justin Bieber was, in my view, a child victim. And as these videos are circulating on the internet, I want to make sure people remember that and give him the grace as someone who has somehow survived this, turned to family, turned to faith, and is still very much struggling with all of this. For people to give him the grace and the courage and the prayers to hopefully one day find within himself the strength to speak out about what happened. Anyways, it seems to be that it is all falling down in Hollywood. There are tons of people who should be called out, people who weren't young like Justin Bieber, people like LeBron James, who has been outwardly speaking about how great Diddy parties are, traveling around with Diddy. This person is supposed to be the king. I'm waiting for the king to come out and to condemn this, to condemn what we all know now is a reality. They say that Diddy is on suicide watch, by the way. That is the latest update, that he might kill himself because he is in this cell. I beg to differ. As I said, I believe that this was an operation, that Diddy was not at the top of this operation, and that they are going to be very careful in how they handle him, because just like Kim Porter kept videos in order to protect herself, I am certain that Diddy similarly kept many videos of the record label executives that were allegedly involved in these parties as well, as protection for himself. We will continue to monitor that story, but I do encourage everybody to pray for Justin Bieber. All right, guys, I want to take a quick second here to remind you about 7 Weeks Coffee. You're already drinking coffee, and 7 Weeks Coffee is America's pro-life coffee company on a mission to fund the pro-life movement, one cup of coffee at a time. Why are they called 7 Weeks Coffee? Well, because at 7 weeks, a baby is the size of a coffee bean, and it's the same time a heartbeat is clearly detected on an ultrasound. That's why they donate 10% of every sale to support pregnancy care centers across the country. They've raised over $500,000 for these centers and have saved over 5,000 lives by providing free ultrasounds and other resources to mothers that are in need. Now let me tell you about their coffee, because I'm very, very particular about what I put into my body. It's mold-free, pesticide-free, shade-grown, and low acid. It's also organically farmed, so it truly checks all the boxes. Exclusively for my listeners, if you go to 7weekscoffee.com and use code Candace, you'll get up to 25% off your order. Remember that your order will directly help support a network of over 900 pro-life organizations across the U.S. That's 7weekscoffee.com and use code Candace for up to 25% off your order. All right, guys, so my unofficial correspondent, Ian Carroll, he's the guy that's on TikTok who does all these deep dives, very fun account for you to be following. We'll definitely include him in the links in the description here. So, back in 2018, you may not remember this, I certainly did not remember this until Ian Carroll dug this up, there was a shooting by a man named Jonathan Bodie at the Trump National Doral Hotel in Miami, okay? And this shooting is back in the news, like I said, because Ian Carroll has dug it up, and I'm going to tell you why this is now a very relevant shooting that happened in the past. But first, I'm going to let Ian jog your memory about what exactly took place that day. Take a listen.
This is from back in 2018. And it's sped up, and there's a couple places where the time lapse, and I won't show you the whole thing. But basically, this guy, Jonathan Bodie, walks in with a gun. Somewhere he's got, this is it, just time lapse, he's got a giant American flag. He drapes it all across the counter. He's pulls down the chandelier, he said. He shoots some rounds at the ceiling, and then he basically just stands there and waits for police to come. He smashes some for apparently no reason, like just committing crimes for the sake of committing crimes, apparently. And then he just stands around with a gun, and now the cops are outside, and he's like kind of giving up and surrendering, but maybe they're not realizing or accepting this, and then he pulls out a gun and starts shooting at them. Doesn't hit any of them as far as I'm aware. He runs out of bullets or something. Not sure what happens exactly, but at a certain point, he decides it's time to book it.
Okay, so why is Ian digging up this old shooting? Well, that man, Jonathan Bodie, had a very interesting interview with the police thereafter. And we were told at the time that he was just a madman who was crazy, because he was saying some pretty insane things, at least relative to 2018. Like I said, just at the time, they were insane. He said that he was a sex slave to Diddy and his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, that he was their sex slave and he had to have sex with them and other people, that he attended all of these drug-fueled parties. He then claimed that he was paid off by Diddy.
No
and it's
way,
worth
that's
noting that
crazy.
Jonathan Bodie used to be a porn actor and a male stripper. And he claimed in that interview that he settled with Diddy for $1.25 million. Now, interestingly enough, NBC Miami investigators were able to determine some really rather suspicious financial facts about Jonathan Bodie, like the fact that when he divorced his wife back in 2014, he had a declared net worth of negative $1,800, and he was making just $2,000 a month as a self-employed fitness trainer. But less than a month after his divorce, he apparently fell into some money, a lot of money, because he bought 5 properties over the course of a 2-month period, for which he paid $765,000 cash. Cash. I want to be clear, that's quite suspicious. Where was he getting all that money from? Maybe he was telling the truth about being paid off by Diddy. He also claimed that there was an assassination attempt that was being planned for Donald Trump. He spoke about the Black Illuminati, and there's more, okay? He claimed, as he's speaking more about these Diddy parties and speaking about drugs, that there was a quote-unquote hip-hop agenda. Take a listen carefully to what he says here.
The hip-hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs law in the United States. They move, you need to involve DEA. They move all the dope, all the dope on private jets, which don't get screened by customs, by DEA, inside the United States, okay? They move what's called high-grade powdered MDMA. They move cocaine, and they move liquid cocaine in the bottles too, okay? So they put the liquid cocaine in the bottles and they move it. I've seen liquid cocaine, I've tried it myself. I had sex with Diddy and Cassie, okay? It's not good. He drinks it all the time. All right, he calls it G juice. That's liquid cocaine.
So just to slow that down for you in case that audio wasn't clear for you, what he is saying is that the hip-hop agenda is essentially to move drugs into the United States, to use these hip-hop stars to move drugs onto their private planes, and those private planes are intentionally not checked by the Border and Custom Control, and that they're moving things like liquid cocaine, which he says Diddy refers to as Tucci, which is cocaine mixed with MDMA. Now, that's from 2018. When Lil Rod dropped his lawsuits against Diddy, he spoke about this pink cocaine, this liquid cocaine that they were replacing in all the bottles, that so people were coming over, like I just said in the monologue, and were thinking they were having a regular drink at Diddy's house, but in reality, they were being drugged. And you got the MDMA effects plus cocaine. It's also been known that Tucci is mixed with other psychostimulants. So just imagine why it is, perhaps, that LeBron James says that Diddy has the absolute best parties. This guy was saying that then, that our government is somehow involved in moving this stuff into America. Now, why is that very easy to believe? Well, because our government has been involved in moving drugs for a very long time. Now, I know there are people out there that really love to watch a good Netflix show and to believe that the DEA was established because we had to stomp out all of these Mexican cartels. But the reality is that we had to stomp out these cartels because we are the cartel, okay? We are the cartel. The most successful drug cartel in the entire world is right here in America because they partnered with the government, okay? You've got the drug makers that are partnered with the government, that are partnered with the agencies, and the only time that they go down to stomp out a drug dealer down in the South is really when that drug dealer is on their turf. So that's been a fact. We have known that the CIA has been involved in various drug running operations, and so it begs the question when you put this all together and you think about there have been so many, by the way, so many rappers that have been caught with tons of drugs on their planes. Is this a Fed operation? And my instincts tell me absolutely this is a Fed operation. It always has been a Fed operation. That Hollywood is creating false idols. That gangster rap is a homosexual affair between the Feds finding homosexuals in prison. There's a direct prison music pipeline and cutting them deals to encourage them to make rap, which is filth. To get kids on the street addicted to drugs, addicted to gang banging, and then to guarantee themselves an influx of people that are in the prisons that they own. But I don't know, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but looking back at that man's tape and what he also said about Tupac, and he's like, yeah, Tupac's alive, he's in Cuba. I think he said like they gave him a nose job in Cuba. I don't know, but it's worth realizing that everything that he said that sounded crazy, too much of it has been fact-checked true into the future. Very bizarre, and I just encourage you guys to remember that Hollywood is demonic, okay? It is created as the new Babylon, and everything that they are doing is to try to encourage you to worship those celestial stars. They're getting you to believe that these people like Diddy and Jay-Z and whoever are so cool and admirable, when in reality, in my view, they are all agents of the government, which is why it is that they all have the exact same political opinion. Don't you find that weird? Like when I think about like Jay-Z and Beyonce, and these are more names that are coming up as people are starting to prod this narrative around Diddy, I'm just like, how has there never been a time where Beyonce on any subject has disagreed with the government? Like there wasn't like on the trans stuff, like they could be like, oh no, we really don't agree with that. Isn't that a little bit suspicious? Like everything. And if you don't believe that they are creating stars, like quite literally like choosing and getting people to be focused on following certain people, do yourself a favor and walk into like Barnes and Noble. Everything is Taylor Swift. When you sign up to Instagram, you are fed. Like here's the people that you should follow: Beyonce and Taylor Swift. Okay, your tastes are being set for you. That's all that I'm going to say. And I do believe that there is a very dark force that we are going to learn a lot more about in the near future, about how Hollywood has been working, how it has been working, by the way, since the very beginning, since the dawn of Hollywood. It's always been dark. All right, guys, I'm going to take a brief moment here, but before we get into this next story, to tell you about Field of Greens. Medical tests can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio age. My hope of living longer and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit, and vegetable drink. Unlike any other, it is serious nutrition. Listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, and immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by this Better Health promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health, or you'll get your money back. Join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code Candace. That's promo code Candace at fieldofgreens.com. Again, fieldofgreens.com, promo code Candace. Okay, so Mark Robinson. I'm very clear here. I am a fan of Mark Robinson. I've met him. He is energetic. He is kind. And I just don't have any problems with Mark Robinson. I'm covering this because it's a news item and it's an important thing as we continue to discuss this idea of sexual liberation as a form of control. And I believe that the reason why they are indoctrinating, especially young boys who are, and I keep saying boys, by the way, I know some girls are going, girls watch porn too. It's not the same because men are biologically wired different. And so that's not to suggest that women can't also have sex addiction or can't also become porn addicts. What I'm simply saying is that men are literally wired where if they are seeing nudity everywhere, it is doing something to them and more likely to do much more to them, much more damage to them than it would do to a woman. I think we can all agree on that, right? And so when I see these stories, I know how intentional this is, that when people get into politics, suddenly people start digging up to see if they have old porn handles. And that's exactly what has happened here with Mark Robinson. So I guess 2012, what you're talking about 12 years ago, the CNN did an investigation, who knows why they're doing this, literally probably just plugging the names of people that they hate in to see if they can find something on them. And they produced a report which it suggests that they are saying it is verified that Mark made a series of inflammatory comments on a porn website board more than a decade ago, in which he referred to himself as a black Nazi and expressed support for reinstating slavery. And despite the fact that he stands very strong against the trans lobby, they said that he left a note saying that he enjoyed watching trans porn, and that having reviewed these archived messages, found that he referred to himself as a perv. And he is completely denying, I should say, that he made these entries. They are standing by their report, that this is his username, and they went deep into how they were able to match him through a bunch of biographical details and shared email addresses. So here's what I'm going to say. They obviously are feeling very confident in this report, because if they were wrong here, they would be facing a major lawsuit, right? And of course, no person is going to want to admit that they were making comments on a porn website 12 years ago. And I am bringing this again to your attention because I am telling men that this is the way forward, that this is not about your liberation, but they are collecting data on you, they are creating files on you, because if one day you become, maybe you're just a guy, a chief at Goldman Sachs, maybe you're making some good money, maybe you become a singer who strikes it big like Justin Bieber, maybe you become a lieutenant governor because you decide that you want to run for office and you're really good at public speaking like Mark Robinson. This is a tool of control, because that is what lust is about, right? They're trying to get you to constantly live this life of lust, to enjoy these moments, to abandon your rationale and to fully live within your body and to enjoy momentary pleasure. I mean, why do you think it is that MDMA is the drug of choice for Diddy, allegedly, when he's drugging all these people at parties? When they're filling up these bottles, they're putting a mixture of cocaine and ecstasy, right? What is ecstasy? It's supposed to encourage you to constantly feel in the moment, abandon your logic and just feel. And I just hope that with all of these stories coming out, men are starting to wake up to that there is a weapon that is being used on you, and that you do the due diligence, that you look into it, that you educate yourself about the history of pornography in this country and beyond it, way before, talking about, 16th, 17th century, when they started realizing that you could render a population weak by offering them nudity. That they realized that it removed people from their logical brain and made them much more impulsive. I do believe that our men are under spiritual attack, and I know that spiritual attack is intentional, and any man that is defending pornography or encouraging you to watch pornography is your enemy. That's what I want men to know. They are your enemy, and what they seek to do is to weaken you. Let's go to the strip club. That is a desire to weaken you as a man, not to make you feel more like a man. All right, guys, as I said, Robinson has been denying that, so I'm going to park that aside and we'll allow that story to continue to develop. I think it's an important one, as is this next one. Regarding RFK Jr., I mean, really just men, when it comes to this impulse, really realizing that no matter how high you climb, this is something that men deal with. So RFK Jr. has been caught in a sexting scandal with Olivia Nuzzi. And I'll tell you, just going back, RFK Jr.'s love life has been a complete disaster. He is, in fact, married right now to an actress named Cheryl Hines, and he's been married to her for 10 years. You might recognize her from Curb Your Enthusiasm. They look quite happy. Olivia Nuzzi, on the other hand, is a 31-year-old political reporter who was engaged, by the way, to another journalist named Ryan Lizza. So she was engaged, and then she was sent to work on a profile piece for RFK Jr., which ended up being published at the end of last year, so 2023, November, in New York Magazine. She was working for New York Magazine. And RFK Jr. claims it was a hit piece, by the way. She referred to RFK Jr. in the piece as a serial philanderer. This is when it's just going to get ironic. So she publishes this piece, refers to him as a serial philanderer, and she had interviewed him at his Californian home in Brentwood that he shares with his wife and their dogs, and she went on this hike with him. And then come the new year, piece is published in November, come the new year, this is when people are reporting, she began this relationship with him. And it was them just exchanging, I guess, graphic text messages. And so she's now been placed on leave at New York Magazine. They're saying that they are, embarrassed, and that they don't like that they've lost trust with their readers. Also, her engagement has ended with Ryan Lizza. You can imagine how embarrassing that is for him and his family. And when RFK Jr. was asked about this, he's not denying it. He says the relationship was emotional and digital in nature, not physical. So let me put that in perspective, because that's just a really, really ridiculous thing to say. It was emotional, digital in nature, not physical, as if that makes a difference. Let me put that in perspective, how compelled men are, right? Compelled men are by the physical, and the physical is being offered to them for free everywhere in society, right? And just the way that women dress, the way they put on their Instagram, it's like constantly the suggestive sex culture that we've created. RFK Jr. was just running for president of the United States. We have mere weeks to go until the election. He, of course, has stepped down, but he's putting his weight behind Trump. Great, thumbs up. Announced that he would be, at the very least, a part of his transition team. He was being floated for vice president before J.D. Vance was announced. He's got all of this going on, and yet he still cannot control himself, right? He still cannot control it. He still cannot say, you know what, not right now, I'm not going to give in to lust. That is how powerful of a force we are talking about. And if you think, again, that this society that we live in, they're offering you this lust because they want you to be free, you are a fool. It is to constantly enslave you. It is to constantly have blackmail for you, on you in the background. I have long thought that the relationship between RFK Jr. and Rabbi Shmuley is weird, okay? And I'm not alleging anything here. I want to be clear, but that relationship is odd. I don't know what he could possibly have in common with a rabbi that sells butt plugs and shrieks and is so clearly a lunatic. And my question is just, if you can't stop that, if you can't stop that just for a few months, can we just make it to November 7th or whenever the election is, November 5th, November 7th? I don't know. What does this say about the state of men today? Right? We are suffering a crisis of weak men, but those men have been turned weak intentionally, and the only way that we are going to turn that around is if men recognize pornography for what it is, which is a spiritual and a political weapon. All All right, guys, the Biden-Harris economy has been a major burden on the average American. Wages are flat, expenses are up, and it is very hard to manage to pay all the bills without grabbing the credit cards. If you're a homeowner and you're frustrated with that cycle, I need you to make a 10-minute, no-obligation call today. You can call my friends at American Financing. Interest rates are coming down, are now in the low fives. So if you're constantly carrying your credit card balance each and every month, the rate in the 20s, American Financing can show you how to put your hard-earned equity to work and get you out of debt. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are saving their customers an average of $800 a month, and if you get started today, you may not have to make next month's mortgage payment. So call American Financing today at 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210, or you can visit americanfinancing.net/Owens. Again, that's americanfinancing.net/Owens. All right, guys, it is comment time. Going to read your comments. By the way, some of you guys pointed out to me that you can't super chat on YouTube anymore. Yeah, that is because they demonetize me, so you can't even give me money. But if you do want to super chat, I guess you go to locals.com and you can give whatever you can to the show, which keeps us independent so that we don't have to cry when people try to financially terrorize me into having their opinions. Sorry, built different. Not going to say whatever you want me to say because you demonetize my accounts. But we are going to cut over and we're going to read the super chats on, I don't know if they're called super chats, on Rumble. And we're going to start now only answering questions on Rumble. Really encourage you guys if you're watching us on YouTube to at least take the time to go into the comment section and hit the link, or I guess it's in the description section, the little box that's under. Hit the description section and follow on Rumble just in case I get banned from YouTube one day so that you know exactly where you can find my content. We want to continue to build somewhere else as we are still using this platform. All right, guys, we're going to cut the stream on YouTube, and I'm now going to answer your comments on Rumble.
I go cold like changing seasons. I go red hot like a demon. I go ghost for no damn reason. Stupid boy think that I need it. Stupid boy think that I need it. Season, no spicy. How'd you touch too much too pricey? Heathen. I'm in your psyche. You don't know no one else like me. Whoa. Stupid boy think that I need him. Stupid boy think that I need him. I know you think about me in the shower. Porn up in your browser. Fantasize about the pussy power. Think about me with your hands on your trousers. I'm sweet, then I'm sour. I'm big boy Bowser. I know you salivating over me, sir. Nipples through the t-shirt. Tell your mommy that you're bringing home a keeper. Knees are getting weaker when you hear me through the speaker. Big wood, cutting more cedar. Stupid boy think that I need him. Stupid boy think that I need him. I go red hot like a demon. I go ghost for no damn reason. Stupid boy think that I need him. 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 I go red hot like a demon. I go ghost for no damn reason. Stupid boy think that I need him.
Yeah, how does MK Ultra work again? I don't hear it. This game is too big. This map is way too large. Come on. Oh, I used all these already. No way. That's crazy. Come on.
Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Just need to run out and I'll be okay.
Baby, let me have you just one more night. I'm feeling sexual. And my body moving. I'm feeling sexual. Baby, let me have you just one more night. Baby, let's create more intensity. Burn my gasoline all over me. We're turning to fire unintentionally. Feel my body moving in ecstasy. Baby, let's create more intensity. Burn my gasoline all over me. We're turning to fire unintentionally. Feel my body moving in ecstasy. Feel my body moving.
think it's a bug. I think it's because there's literally uranium crap in the water. Piss break. I'm still making cubes. I'm still cubing. Cubes. Look at this. No way.
And like on Facebook, I had to moderate and instantly like cut out some very nasty words like ass, cunt, bitch. Fuck. Bitch.
geeking, paragraph, I've been going, I'm in my mind, cause I can feel it in the back, geeking, paragraph, I've been going, I'm in my mind, cause I can feel it in the back, geeking, paragraph, I've been going, I'm in my mind, cause I can feel it in the back, geeking, paragraph, I've been going, I'm in my mind, cause I can feel it in the back, geeking, paragraph, I've been going, I'm in my mind, cause I can feel it in the back, geeking, paragraph, I've been going, I'm in my mind, cause I can feel it in the back, geeking, paragraph, I've been going, I'm in my mind, cause I can feel it in the back, geeking, paragraph, I've been going, I'm in my mind, cause I can.
It might be on Xbox. I don't know. Corona coming in. I'm not sure. I know it's definitely on PC though. I don't think it's on Xbox.
Cause honestly, that stuff is real. Cause honestly, that stuff is real.
It just does it. It doesn't take. so close. I'm gonna put this in some powder. Oops. Since there's like 4,000. That's crazy. Dude. So close. Oh. Hey, what's up, Violet?
Yo, how are you doing, Violet? Hey, how's it going there?
What? You're fucking kidding me.
That's That's what close your eyes. That's what
That is a power spray. That's crazy. Awesome. Where the fuck did it go? Awesome. I don't know. 86. We're so close. An appropriate song. wonder if it'll be more. So find out. I knew it would choke at water. God, water's so fucking annoying. Probably because it goes up like an inch. I'm gonna try that trick I saw on YouTube. a radiator? What is a radiator? Is it because I destroyed that thing? What's going on? Why am I fucking dying? Am I bugged? I think I'm bugged. don't care what the next phase wants me to do. I'm done. It's gonna be all like, oh, you gotta save the earth. You gotta shut it all down. You're emitting too much carbon. The sea level's rising. Ugh. Got a slug in this over there? I think it is. I thought I got all your suckers. At least around here in Elwyn. Oh my god, finally, guys. We're almost here. We're finally at it. We finally get it. We get it. Here we are. We're done.
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke. Anyway, you're familiar with the process. Just throw the lever and the automated systems will take over. Imagine all the time and effort that would be wasted if you had to do all that work as well. Some work is just better suited for machines. Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix it policy and everything will go as planned. Answering all your questions will take time we simply do not have. Everything is going to be just fine, so long as you do your job. We've come this far together after all, haven't we?
What?
Anyway, you know what to do. Just don't forget to keep producing previous project parts and plan ahead when setting up new production lines and make sure not to leave it all until the last moment.
No, that means we're not done. No, it's not gonna give me the achievement. I gotta keep playing this stupid game. No. Complete phase 4. No, I want to be done. Finish the game, please. I thought the music was gonna change.
Phase 4 of Project Assembly completed. If style was measured in my performance reports, yours would be something special. Regardless, saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. You must understand the weight on your shoulders, but you are not alone. I am here, and I know exactly what's at stake. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish Project Assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
No, I'm so done with this game, bro. I'm so done with this game. It was 1,000 nuclear pasta. What even are those other things? This music sucks. Imagine listening to this for 100 hours. I would go insane. Actually. Let's go ahead and mute it too. Like some kind of baby music. Satisfactory, satisfactory, satisfactory. Back to my 12 hours all night, high BPM techno underground bootleg speedrunning music. Which is much better. Okay, seriously though, what are these things? They're not even gonna tell me where they're. AI expansion server, ballistic warp drive. God, this blows. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this game. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm not like sleepy. I mean, I could fall asleep probably. Especially now. I don't know what it is. It's like, oh my god, bro. Oh man. See, this is what's the biggest bullshit. I haven't done any of this shit. I haven't made any nitric acid. I haven't made any non-fissile uranium. I haven't made any plutonium. I've only been doing this stuff because it wanted tier 9. And now I'm here. What the hell are these? Trigods. Shut up, dude. What is this, bro? Shut up, dude. I'm so over it. I already made these things. Oh, diamonds. Yeah, okay. Hey, I finally got my time crystals, though. Look, I got plenty of this stuff. Not really, but kinda. Do I even actually need any of that fissile uranium shit? Because if that's true, then this might be okay. Shut up, bro. Fixonium. Fixonium, shut up. Why is tier 8? It's glowing for some reason. Stop glowing, bro. Matter conversion. What even is this shit? Converter. Converts what? So it converts the SAM to the ingots. And then I combine the ingots with the diamonds. By exposing coal. Away a ton of coal. I can't just come this far and not beat the game, you know what I mean? But I was so ready to be done. Ugh. Yeah, this blows. Obviously we're doing this one, clearly. Here you go. 500 super coolers. Shut up. Ugh. Chemical sculptor, whatever. How much plutonium does it need to make this crap? Quantum encoder. Shut up. I'm probably gonna have to put Sam. I'm probably gonna have to put this crap through. Oh, I don't even want to think about it. God, I was thinking like, I don't know why I thought this would be the last of it. I just like started convincing myself because I wanted it to be true, but I knew it wasn't. Which means I'm gonna have to make another nuclear power plant. Definitely. Somehow get water down there. And I'm gonna have to make all this bullshit. wish it would tell me. It doesn't even tell me. Eyes, I made a ton of coal. I'm gonna need this crap somehow. What even is this? An oscillator circuit that uses the mechanical resonance of a vibrating crystal to create a string vibration with a precise frequency, often using teleportation technology and dimensional manipulation. Oh, yeah. No quantum processor. Oh, so very smart. Oh, it's the smartest of smart. Oh, you put these things into this thing. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, skipping this one, huh? Main portal. Well, that'll be... Get rid of my tubes. Yeah, of course. See, I won't even be able to use the portals because I'm going to be too busy making these things, which I need 200 of. 256, and it's kind of funny. Can't even waste my time with this shit, which I would probably help too. So obviously I need this first. Gonna make a bunch of these. Gotta really pump up more of this shit, which I might as well start working on. See, now I'm waking up because it's like I'm gonna have to do so much crap. Oh my gosh. Okay, back to gaming, I guess. We're doing it 300 per minute, what? That's not fun. Yeah.
Solo un sueño.
idiots. That's why. Guess I'm an idiot. was a connecting pylon? Well, now we're good.
Choked up. Keep crying, keep rolled up. Most success. They right. And all red like faces. They right up. When I'm done with it, right? Credits are fucking with it, right? Life's work did it. Keep crying, keep rolled up. Bench presses. I got them crying and I'll rhyme it. Faces. Credits are fucking right.
Time crystals.
Credits are fucking with his black.
Jeez.
Flexing with his. He's like, got my shit. Make the facts look.
And I'm pulling from that one copper ring. I think it is because it's set to a reset, which is good. That's a good thing. That's what we want.
uns rum. Ich seh Farben, ich bin drauf, ich hoffe, es hört niemals auf.
Putting more over here though. Fucking porcelain. It's really only 300 pounds. And at least we're getting enough solution, right? Kind of. It's really not gonna be enough. But there's no easy way to put more water into it because these damn things come out so much. So it's like I connect to it and it's gonna be like, so I might as well just hook it straight up from one to the other. Which, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna do that. is wild to me. It's still not getting enough water. $300 a minute, right? Oh shit. No wonder. But this should be coming from over here. Because it's waste. It's supposed to be giving 120 water per minute, which is supposed to be going this way. But it's taking from here too. No, it's giving them. That's taking, but that's from over there. That's from a totally different pipeline. This is so ridiculous. So these should be flowing. Into here. I should be getting even more water per minute than it says I am. Still not getting it. Fuck me, man. Come on, pump it, bro. There we go. Now it's good. Now that I put that pump on, now we should be good. If we're not, fuck this guy. Yeah, okay. Now we're Gucci. What's this thing? Now it's just equal. It's good enough for me. How do I make? Never thought I'd be doing this. Sure. Fucking, of course, the one that's not getting enough isn't getting enough, but the one that would need to get enough isn't able. Because that's just how life is. Because it's... But it should be good. Because one, the batteries are backed up, and two, I just overclocked these things. These are definitely good now. This one's definitely good. Which is good. This one's good. Am I crazy? This one's doing no 300. So inefficient. It's not. It's so dumb. Oh, that's why. Of course it's not gonna be cool now. Optimize this place even more for the aluminum casings, all that scrap. Whatever, I'm done. GG's everybody. 420 smoke weed.